Welcome back, folks. That took a lot less time than I thought. So we're jumping into the B-side final right now. Ben Dwan versus Keith Yip. Sorry, a bit crazy around here at the moment. Folks trying to leave, folks trying to get a seat. People are starting to gather around the table. They want to get a good view of it. YouTube seems to be sending me a message saying it might be buffering. So let me know how that goes. If there's an issue, should be fine. Keith's going to try and dig that three ball out of the corner pocket. Sorry, dig the cue ball out of the corner pocket after making the three. Likely hitting this side and then into the rail and around. I think he may have gone rail first there. It was pretty close, pretty tough to tell. That's going to be tricky here, trying to get off that side. You can see that the line through the bottom of the ball is your pocket line, and Keith is in the wrong side to move towards the 5. So he's gonna have to get creative. Let me double check that, Andrew. Maybe I got it wrong here. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, 5 and 6. You're right. Let me change that. You're right. It's the B side, so this could be quicker. Good catch, Andrew. Thank you very much. Keeping me honest and accurate. I appreciate it. A little close to that 7. I can't tell how close. Going to be bridging up and over it, and he's not going to be able to do anything with that cue ball. This is just going to be a slow roll, as clean as he can, just to make that 1 or 6 ball in that bottom left corner. Just moving some things around, seeing if I can make it work. Ben with a good kick at the 6. The cue ball gets free of the 9. Just back and forth. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. He's feeling good. He's going to play this with a bit of speed, come back and forth. Watch the side pocket. He's pretty straight on this 8. Hits it clean, draws it back just a few inches to make this 9 ball a little easier. There it is, and the cue ball stays away from the side. Keith Yip taking a 1-0 lead. He's going to 6, Ben's going to 5. So right now it's an even race. The spot has been deleted. There's another Chinese 8-ball tournament going on in the background just above Keith's right shoulder. They seem to get a pretty good turnout. I think there's about 8 or 10 tables going over there. Could be 6 for all I know. I didn't spend much time there. But Q1 Billiards, Richmond, BC. Fairly busy place at this time of day. Cue ball finds the drink. Even though Ben had that one ball find a pocket as well. At least I think he did. I was looking at my phone at the time. Upon retrospection, I have no idea what he was doing. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I'll try and do better. I'm kind of tired, so my focus may wander. Quite the spread from the 2 to the 3 to the 4. A lot of movement of that cue ball. But Keith has started out the right way. You see how far ahead he's mapping? This is his position here for the 5. He wants position here for the 4 if he can get it. Or along this line, right? I hope he's not going to shoot the... Yeah, no. There's sometimes confusion as to the color of the 4 and the 5. The 4 should be purple. But they've made it pink here. And I think he was looking for something around that area. I can't remember. But he's looking pretty good on the 5 now. Simply needs to roll it into the corner. Cue ball will come up just about into that 9. Probably just inside the 9. So you just want to be careful you don't land it right in front of that 9. Anyway, if you're just joining us, these are the final 3 matches of the PHV Open 9-ball tournament. $1,500 added. He's a little shy. Well, now we're not sure where that cue ball's going. It's going to be a little tough, if not impossible, to shorten it up the way he's showing it, but maybe he's got the right angle for that. Well, that angle would seem to suggest it's a possibility. A little bit of siding on this to spin it short, and that's exactly what he's done. Wow, just goes to show you how much better a vantage point the actual player has than the commentator. He's hit that just about perfect. Roll this in. You want the cue ball to roll forward about a half, 3/4 of a ball to be perfect on the 8. That's a little bit too much, but it's all right. It's easily corrected. You can see he's lined up just about here. And he should be able to just draw that straight off over here. Keith takes a 1-game lead, even though he's only up, or even though he's up 2-0, it's still only a 1-game lead. Because he's supposed to go to 6, and Ben's only supposed to go to 5. There's different ways to look at it. That one doesn't make any more sense than the rest of them, other than Keith is up 2, and Ben has 0. He's done well for himself this weekend, played really, really well. both of these players, well, all of the players at this stage in the tournament have played well to get here. I may have to, let's see if that works. We tried to up the quality of it. Says it's excellent now. All right. That may have worked. May have been all it needed. Okay, back to the action. Ben's just going to try and hit the center of the cue ball and stun it down table. Oh, he got a little bit loose and went forward. Jammed into the 9, but he's going to be fine. He may have some work to do to get back to the 5. He may have to draw it back. That's why he's looking at the position of the 5 from that end of the table. He's too straight on the 5 to get back out to here, either by going forward, into the rail and forward. So he will likely just have to draw right back into this area. Tried to fudge the pocket a little bit. Now, I know I had a pool ball that I could show you the location he's using when he hits the cue ball. Oh, and watch out. The cue ball finds a side pocket. Okay, so when I say he's playing a little bit of high right-hand English, he's probably hitting somewhere. Hold on. Aha. Ah, there you go. That works. So when I say he's playing a little bit of high right-hand English, it'll be somewhere like around here, and then 130, 230 extreme. You would never hit that far outside the center or outside the clock. Your Q-tip will almost always be inside the numbers because, of course, you're hitting a sphere. So the farther you get to the edge, the more difficult you can actually make contact with it, and eventually you'll just miss cue every time you touch it. So Keith looks like he's sitting like right about there. Just a hair of left-hand English. Just so he can thin it and kind of keep it a little straighter and bring it up table. Because if he doesn't put that left in there, he's probably hitting here with that cue ball. I mean, it would work out better in this instance, but he might also miss it entirely and go into the 9 on that kind of a line. Ben's hoping that 5 ball gets all the way to the rail. It's not going to. If we take a look at the camera 4, Keith is in good shape to play the cue ball across. Needs to go just a little farther. That should be good. He might be too straight, though. Let's take a look. Very straight. Ideal if that's your last ball, but when you still need to move the cue ball around. There we go. You know, you got to be careful when you start messing with the volume on your stream. You can very quickly wipe it out. He didn't want to let Ben back to the table, but at the very least, if Ben comes back to the table, he doesn't want to sell out to him, so he'll play a little safety there. More of a containing safety versus a safety that gets ball in hand. Ben will probably clip this 7. Oh, I thought he was going to cut that 7 into the 8, play safe behind the 9. But he goes for the bank, makes it, so it's paid off so far. Ben finding a gear, making a few balls to get himself on the board. With this 9 ball, oh my gosh, I cursed him. I feel like he should blame me for that one. I just didn't believe there was any way in the world he would miss it. I should know better. Happens all the time. Sorry. I know, right, Eric? I didn't think for any reasonable situation he would miss that 9. So you know, I get ahead of myself and basically start acting like it's in, and he misses it. If I didn't know better, I would say it was my fault for cursing him. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse. Logically. Anyway. Rack number 4. Keith leading 3-0, going to 6. Pivotal game here. Ben does not want to let Keith get any more. It's going to be hard enough to come back on this guy when you're down 3-0. This game slips by to make it 4-0 or 3-1. And it's a big swing. 4 games behind or 2 games behind. I know he can only win 1 game at a time, but it sure seems like he can lose them 2 at a time. Keith taking a moment to look at this. It's not really clear what you should do. Is that how you really feel, Dave? Where are you these days, Dave? I thought you were down here. Ish. Two balls sent for a ride. It's going to line up for a combination for Keith. If you want, you can play safe, but it's not a gimme for the safety either. And if the odds are basically equal between the offensive shot and the defensive shot, I'll take the offensive shot. There we go. Kept control of the 2. 2 didn't get out of line. He can still squeeze that 2 past the 6. Get that cue ball up into the center of the table. The 6 to the 7 is going to be the key transition here. Oh, he didn't commit to it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dave. I hope she's feeling better. Ben threading that cue ball right through the 6-8-9 to land fairly nicely on the 5. Should be able to draw this down the rail far enough to get after the 6. Didn't even have to. Was able to play into it. Now, as long as, you know, I'm going to wait until after he's done, because if I say it, he'll do it, then I'll be blamed. Doesn't want to get straight on the 7. Hey, he had already shot. It's not my fault. He's a long 8. He struggled a bit with some of these longer shots in this match. Mr. Trevor LeBlanc from back up in Prince George. How you doing, sir? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's been a while since I've done one of these, but I'm enjoying it. The quality of pool has been pretty good, especially with shots like that. Ooh, that went in the right-hand side of that pocket. He stood up halfway through it. Does much better when he stays down, as do we all, right? So Ben's on the board, trails 3-1. If I recall correctly, in his last match, he got down 3-0 or 3-1 as well, but was able to fight back, put the win together, and continue advancing. Okay, while they take a break, I'm just going to go grab something to drink. I'll be right back, folks. Well, wasn't able to make that too, but didn't leave it easy for Keith either. He might be far enough away. He can jump over that 7-9. What he's planning to on. Their backhand's going to have to come up higher than that, I think. There it is. That's high. Gets it over, makes the 2. Nicely done. Wow, that was close to the double kiss. It's what he was playing, trying to get the cue ball across the face of the 3 and get in safe in behind the 9-7. Now you'll see Ben getting a little air. He's got a little bit farther to go. Good hit. Decent result, getting the cue ball and the 3 ball far away from each other, but poses a bit of a problem for Keith in the fact that he's not got an angle to go back down for the 4. We'll see how that works out, but it's going to be tough to make the 3 and play for the 4. I think he's looking for a safety here. He wants that 3 ball to stop. I think Ben actually has a route onto the 3. I'm not sure he can see enough of it to make it, but I think he can. He's not looking at it 3 or 4 times, so I'm reasonably confident he can make this. I think he had enough, just missed. And that happens all the time with us. For those of you watching on YouTube, I'm getting a notification on my stream that YouTube might be buffering. How's it working for you guys? Is it okay? Got to watch it doesn't go in the corner. Oh, wow. How that stayed up, I do not know. He's looking at playing the 5 into the 6. So making the 6 ball in the right-hand corner pocket. Yes, I know. I didn't specify which right-hand corner pocket, but I thought it would be obvious it's the one next to the 6 ball. Oh. Off the 8 and in. Calculated the carom was a little easier than the combination. Turns out he was probably right since he made it. Oh my gosh. You'd think I'd know better. Don't drink a carbonated drink while you're commentating. See if we can get a shot over Keith's shoulder. Little movement in the head there. Didn't quite get where he wanted to. Should have enough room. Just trying to mentally dial it in before he gets down. Run through it in your head a couple of times. Confirm that's what you want to do. And then get down and do it just like you pictured in your head. On the end rail. He's asked Ben to just adjust because the seats are a little close to the table right in that particular spot. It's all good. These players are used to moving a little bit now and then. And Keith drops it in the side pocket for his fourth. So 3 straight for Keith. Looked like he was going to roll right on through, but Ben took one back. And now Keith back on the forward motion track of things. Other scores around the venue, there are none. They're one match at a time now, folks. Keith almost getting that one to drop. Cue ball comes clean through the center of the pack, but the 9 ball had already moved out of the way. Textbook break, at least as far as controlling the cue ball goes. Playing safe. Just in that 1 ball so soft. Right in behind the 3. And if you notice, that 3 ball gave a little bit of a motion back onto the cue ball. So it's settled right in there. These are tough to get out of. Anytime you're frozen to a ball. He didn't leave a 2-rail hit in there, did he? Maybe even 3-rail. He might have to go past the 9, between the 8 and 9, hit that rail, and then kick the 1 over. Well, he did hit the 1. He just kind of hit it after he hit the 9 and the 2. He might not like his next shot. This is setting up to be a decent attempt for a 3-foul rule. You can bank that 1 ball into the rail and into here and just let that cue ball settle up on the 6. He'll be in the same boat. That's what he's trying to do. He may even just tuck it in behind the 7. That may be the more natural angle. Does take it a little bit of touch, though. Oh, he's got the 1 rail. He didn't get it near as far as he wanted, but this is still very missable out in the open like this. Sometimes if it's next to a rail, you can be short and still get a clip on it as you come off the rail. But when it's out in the middle of the table, the vast majority of the time, if you squeak by it one way, you don't come close to it the next way. How many tables are in here? I think there's 8 9-foot diamonds, and then similar amount of 9-foot Ilex tables. They're similar to a Rason table in style, not quite as similar in play, but they're not bad. And then they have, I'm going to say 6 or 8 8-foot Chinese 8-ball tables. So got a few. And top 147 is right next door. And they have, I think, 6 9-foot tables there, some Chinese 8-ball tables, and of course some snooker tables. So he's on 2. I think Keith is just trying to put this here and get the cue ball in here somewhere. I don't know if that will necessarily. Oh, he's going 2 rails up on the backside there. Yep. Ben's in a little bit of trouble. He does have a 1 rail kick, though. But keep in mind, that's your 1 rail angle. Going for the long 1 rail kick. On 2 fouls, has to hit it. It's going to hit it on the way back. Is he going to get a rail? Yes, he is. And that's why getting 3 fouls in a row on someone is really tough. You can do all that work to get those first 2 fouls, but if you don't lock up that 3rd one, it's a lot of wasted effort, feels like sometimes. Not that I want to see him get into a safety battle, but this table could lead to it with the 3 like it is. I think Keith is going to go for it now. Keith's trying to figure out how he can disturb that 3 so it goes somewhere, or if he wants to commit to the 3-7 combination. And he's given himself a bit of a challenging position. Needs a little bit of siding on this to curl out for the 3. And he's hit it well. He may have made it. Oh. Well, when it's going your way, it's going your way. Hit it hard enough to give himself a chance, though. Oh, and he pushed it long. Ben is pretty straight on this 5. It's going to be really tough for him to get over for the 6. Oh, he's going to make it anyway, though. Nope, it does hit the side rail. Thought that was in. Keith, back to the table. Didn't want to come off that far. He's still going to have to run it down to this corner pocket. It's actually not bad because he can run this down. And yes, it's thinner than he would have liked as he's going in here, but he can just bring it over to there. Just past the side pocket. Okay, yeah, I'm getting tired. It happens sometimes. Well, that worked out fairly well, although he may be too straight. Very straight and hampered by the 9. So the only thing he can do here is most likely just go straight forward and try and cheat that pocket as much as possible. But he's got no room to properly cue the 9, or to cue the cue ball because the 9's in the road. And he's got to get out there for that 8. Oh, he's got room to cue beside it. He's going to draw off this then. From where he was, that'll work. That'll work just fine. Oh, he hung it up, overcut it a little bit. I think there's room for Ben to get in between that 9 and the rail. For Ben to get his second on the board. That'll do it. So it's been a bit of a scrappy match here. I'm going to set this up so you can see when he breaks, but I got to run out for just a second. I'll be back in a few minutes. Please enjoy. He's just making sure he can break that 4 out. I mean, I know it's not ideal, but I think I would do it with the 3. But he was confident enough in his ability to draw off that 2 and still leave him a shot on the 3. It's worked out really well. He's just checking to see if he needs to come straight off that and in. Just wants to roll this 3-ball. Get that. Oh, wow. I thought that looked so good going down the rail. I stopped looking at it. I started looking at the cue ball thinking it was more important because the 3-ball was in. From downtown, the 4-ball into this bottom right corner pocket. Cue ball going around the table. He's going to go too far. Or maybe just far enough. You can see what kind of angle he has. It's almost a third or a quarter of the way offline to the corner pocket. So that means he's got some angle and he can move the cue ball around. Could take it to the side, but that might create a bit more run. Got a decision to make here. In one, he's going away from the 6. And it might be a challenge to get onto it. On another one, he's going towards the 6. And it might be a challenge to slow down. I think he's going to the side. Off the horn, double kisses the 7 and hangs up. The challenge here is that 7-ball is still in the road. He's really concerned about that 7. He does not want to touch that 7 at all. A little bit of top right so he can come back up and down table. Yeah, he did not want to touch that 7. And unfortunately now, he's left that 5 in a position that Ben's going to be able to play the cue ball straight into this end rail and straight at the 6 while making the 5 in the side. Oh, drew that off the 5. I mean, that works. It's just it's fighting the energy of the cue ball, so it can be tougher to control. Okay, now Keith has to play this smooth. That cue ball can't be spinning at a high rate when it gets to that 6. If it does, it's just going to check at that end of the table. There's not much he can do with the cue ball either because he's frozen to the rail. It can't put a lot of top left on it. Can't put much left on it at all because he can't hit that much of the ball. Just a little bit of left and hit it hard enough that you're going to smooth the cue ball down the table. That was always going to be the danger, was getting back for the 7. If you hit that any harder, by the time you hit the 6, it's still spinning forward faster than it's going. So it kind of stalls and spins out on itself before it gains the momentum to keep going. I like playing just the split safety in here, knock the 7 ball up here, and try and get the cue ball over here. Although he's hitting it super thin. Looks like he's going super thin. Get that cue ball down table. Needs it to stop. I think it went too far. Maybe not. It's tough to tell. This is the Hands, Delta, and Tymey Roofing. Actually, Hands, Delta, and Tymey Roofing present the PHV Open 9-ball tournament. Commentary by Kikin Billiards. There's $1,500 added, and the top finisher under $500, and the top female prize are $150 each. Brought to you by Low Expectations. Not just good, good enough. Hands Delta since 1991, providing billiards and sports products. I think it's just billiard products to the Lower Mainland. And Tymey Roofing, Mr. Mike Silvius, providing shelter for your home and support to a lot of the pool community in the Vancouver region. 9 balls racked on the spot. The 2 is on the tail. Template racks are okay. 3 foul rule in effect. Golden break okay. Winner breaks and refs will be shot. Refereed shots will be on the phone. We are coming to you from Q1 Billiards. Top 147 was also involved yesterday. Thank you very much for their support. You are watching Ben Dwan and Keith Yip race to 5 and 6. Keith trying to get on the hill. He's left Ben this tough 7 ball. Not sure if he can hit the rail first or whether he can hit the ball even. He might be able to hit the ball and make it. Ben's not taking a lot of time. This leads me to believe he can see this. Oh, and he's overcut it. This table's not been very forgiving today. Keith himself has got a tough positional shot on the 8 here. I think he might have angle just enough to cheat the pocket and run the cue ball down table. Nope, he had to spin it back. So he hit that cue ball probably right there. Very hard. It makes the cue ball go offline for when it connects with the object ball. And here he's probably just hitting like right there, just enough to check that cue ball and bring it straight up the table. Oh, he had a little bit more right on it than I thought. But honestly, it was probably like there. I don't know. Maybe we should just do circles. Let's try that. We'll try doing that for a little bit. There we go. To get on the hill. So tough to be confident this late in the rack, but Keith, mentally tough after missing the last one, does not miss this one. Gets on the hill. And just so you know, probably about there. Maybe a little lower. Something like that on that last shot to draw it away. Ben's had a really good showing here today. I believe he's guaranteed fourth. Yes. Loser is guaranteed fourth. Winner will go on to play Ross Bradson for third. And then we'll go back to the final to determine our champion. So Keith's thinking about just rolling this ball in. He's going to make the 3 in the corner and just have the cue ball come into the rail and back out to hit the 9. Worse ways to miss that shot. Worse ways to miss it. With that 3 ball so close to the side pocket, there is a chance if he kicks off that top rail, he could scratch in the side. He may have a path between the 9 and the 4 to kick at the 3 and hit it so that the cue ball comes back towards the 4, 9, 6 and the 3 ball gets trapped somewhere else. And I believe it has been trapped, but I don't think it's been trapped very well. The 5 ball got a rail, so it's a good legal hit. I looked away for the start of that. I just caught it coming off the rail and kicking the 3. Tried to cut it in. Stayed up pretty much. Keith's going to go get the jump cue here. And when he plays it, he's going to want to play it here, then into the 3, and then over and somewhere into here. Well, he hit that dead on. He may be okay. He may still be able to shoot that 4. Oh, he's got the 4 in the side. I didn't see that earlier. That's a great effort. Wants that 5 ball to get all the way down to this end. Not going to. That's dangerous. That's almost wired. It is not sitting directly on top of it. So, oh, that's a lot farther than I thought. So, it's not as dangerous as I thought. I thought that was like an 1/8 of an inch to a 1/4 of an inch away. Ben's really struggling now. I would like to applaud his sportsmanship, though, even though he's not making the balls he was making earlier. There's no change in his demeanor. He's not getting upset. No, he's being a perfect gentleman. Not that we didn't expect that. It's just some folks can be a little difficult if things aren't going their way. Oh, is this cue ball going to get in behind the 8? It's not going to, but it was a great try. You see, he's indicated that's where he wanted it to go. Oh, I thought that 7 ball was going to go. This looks fairly steep. Oh, not bad. Cutting the 5 in and just coming back across table for the 6. Oh, he went up table for the 6 to play the 6 in the side. That'll definitely work. And seeing as how he has to switch to the other side of the table to play the 7, why not? Just needs to keep the cue ball out from behind the 9. Easier said than done. He elected not to mess around with it, just draw it back, make sure he's got a shot on the 8. And a little bit of bottom left to draw to the bottom rail. And then to the side rail and out. A little bit farther than he wanted, but still workable. You saw him put the hand up like, whoa, stop. There it is. Mr. Keith Yip advances to the B-side final versus Ross Bradson. They'll get that underway in just a moment. Or are you looking? Keith Yip and Ross Bradson just about to play. Both going to 6. Should be done by 9 o'clock tonight, folks. Maybe a little earlier. It is a 1-set final, so we're not going to 11. Back in a minute. I'm just going to stretch my legs while they warm up. Sorry, folks. I'm back. They're getting into it. They're into rack one already. I just had Simon stop by. He had some comments and questions. And he takes on the winner. As you can see, 3 points of Fargo separating these two. And I know Ross would love to get another opportunity to play Simon. It is a one-set final. So in 3 hours, we'll likely be done. Probably before that. I don't expect each of these matches. This is a race to 6. Not sure what the final is. Most likely going to be a race to 8. Up and down the table, trying to get the cue ball right back to the same spot he's at. That's going to come back. It's a little short and a little shallow. Still workable. Ross, with rack number 1, draws first blood. I'm going to see if I can set up something. Whoa. Ross needing to run this 3-ball down the rail. So I was trying to figure out if I could set up a couple of other inputs that showed a zoomed in version. Keith just taking a look at that 6, confirming in his mind exactly where he wants to be to get on the 7. Which I suspect would be fairly close to the pocket line, but maybe just a little bit to the right of it. He's landed a little short. The line might be the same, though. Again, now, if you draw a line in the center of where you want that 7 ball to go, he would like to be roughly there, just so he can float towards the 9 off that 7. Doesn't have to go far, but he definitely wants to be on that side of the line. Too straight to make it move. You can see from there he's got lots of angle on that ball. He's going to come 3 rails around, I believe. Here, here, up there, and then out to here. Just to get that cue ball in this area. To tie it up at 1. Keith does not disappoint. He'll be breaking in the next rack. We only have 2 matches left in the tournament, folks. Oh, I have to change that title. That reminds me. There you go. Now we can see that it is correct. Ooh, that's kind of large, actually, in the final side of the screen. Lets you know where we're sitting as far as the tournament goes. Nothing so far. And Ross is going to have a good look at the 1. He's going to have a challenge to get down for the 2, though. The 8 will come into play. Not entirely sure how that cue ball is going to react coming off of it. There we go. 5-ball or 4-ball wiggled a little bit, but nothing to worry about. I don't mind playing safe here. Just knock it 3 rails up and behind the 4-9 and leave the cue ball behind the 5. Oh, that needs to run. It needs to go. Well, the 6-ball might be blocking it from that corner. It may just be tight. Be a nice shot if he could pull it off. Looks like it goes from that angle. He's elevating the butt of his cues, though, so accuracy is going to be compromised. Well, this is a great opportunity for Ross. Should be able to play that 1 ball in the side pocket. I thought he was reaching for the cue ball there. I'm like, what are you doing? Kind of needs to run through this towards the 9, but not far. I thought he might actually hit the 9 there. If he draws back, he should be okay. From here, I think he can play the cue ball into that rail and then the cue ball into here. It's a small target zone, but because you don't have to worry too much about the ball being made. Ooh, wrong one. That's the one I want. Oh, can he see it from there? I didn't notice that when I was there. I'm not sure that goes. I mean, he can play safe on it for sure. Maybe he's trying to break it out a little bit. Or just, no, he's just playing shape right to where we thought originally. Gonna have to record a few hours of pool noises without music. And then I'll just play that in the background, all the clinking and clunking of cues. And that's going to stop short. 9 balls between it and the 5. Cue ball not helping Ross out today. Good kick. Wants that 5 ball to stop if the cue ball is going to get stopped in the middle of the table. Another good opportunity for Keith. According to Digital Pool, link is in the comments. We are 18% complete of this match. Makes sense, I guess. Oh, and Keith has pushed the 6 into the end rail. Hasn't left Ross much. A thin cut. May elect to play it 2 rails down by the 8 and run the cue ball in behind the 7. Nope, just going to play the split safety, get that cue ball behind the 7 and call it done. I think that's what he's done. He's got it done. That looks hooked to me. Might not get the ball in hand out of it, but you're not giving up control. Good hit. Watch that 6 ball. Is it going to go? It's going to get close. Close enough that Ross likes his odds of making that one. Got to watch that side pocket. A little bit of left-hand side on this. And that left-hand side widened that angle off the end rail so that Ross can miss the side pocket. Just doesn't want to wreck on the 9. That'll work. Needs it to slow down a little bit. Should be okay. You know, I wouldn't be too surprised if he just plays safe too, but I think he will go for it, cut it in. Up and down. Right back out into the center of the table. Ross. 9 ball in the side pocket for game 3. And he'll take a 2-1 lead. We're only going to 6, so it's not going to be all evening. Ross to break, rack number 4. Eight, 9 didn't come apart, so not sure if that 8 ball goes. Oh, it looks like it does. Although that is not the proper angle. It suggests that it does go by. Well, that was all right. Coming 2 rails around. He's a little straight, though. You know what? If you're straight, you're straight. Just take what you've got. Try and make small improvements. Sometimes it's not worth the outcome. The risk does not outweighs the reward in trying to recover from being out of line all in one shot. Take 2, maybe 3 shots to get back in line. Good solid cue there. Didn't try to do too much. Just did what he could. The 4 ball's going to go towards that left corner pocket. So you might as well hit it hard enough to get it there. Keith was trying to hold it in front of that pocket, so he didn't have to play it to the left corner pocket. And he's not thrown. He's going to thin it, run the cue ball down behind the 5 now. Almost there. I think he got him, but a single rail with a little bit of siding on it, so is it now? So shooting right here and trying to hit it thin, ever so thin, with that position on the cue ball. If you miss it on the way there, it should allow you to clip it on the way back. It'll have slightly different tendencies. If you clip it on the way there, it's going to go this way. If you clip it on the way back after hitting the rail, it'll go that way. And of course, Ross doesn't want to shoot over the template because the template can be a bit of a problem. Doug's got it. Steady hands. Old Doug the Rock Low. Steady hands. Or we could do the opposite. We could call him Doug Shaky Low. You know, you call the big fella tiny and the short fella stretch. Well, he was hoping for a better result there. Not to clip that 4 as thick as he did. Keith rolling that in nice and slow, just trying to keep control of it so he has a decent angle on the 5. Looks like he's drawing back for the 7. He's a little steep on this angle, I think. Oh, he's going to try and go into it. I'm finding Keith a little hard to read as far as to what he's lining up and how he plays. I guess I just haven't watched him play enough. I still think he's trying to draw off of this to hit it. Hasn't done so. He will have the bank. Nice hit. A little thin on this 9 ball, but sorry, a little thin on that 9 ball, but should still be able to make it. E-ball's going to have some speed on it. And I'm muted again. I think it's the first time today, so I've been doing pretty good. Overcuts the 9. Ross taking no chances, plays the rail first, and he is halfway home. Shout out to Tymey Roofing and Mike Silvius. Low expectations and Doug Lowe. Not just good, good enough. Hands Delta Billiards products since 1991. And Q1 Billiards and Darts. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Along with Pop 147 next door, they hosted part of day 1. Well, Ross has made a ball. He's Got a good look at the one. No real problems here. Other than that problem that we all have and always see in the game, cue ball control. Needs it to come out a little bit more, and it has. Got a good look at the 3. Should just be able to stop it. Well, do you really want to just stop it there? You'd like to back it up a little bit. Got to be very careful you don't back it up too far. That's why he's got that little shake of his head there, that little twist of, well, all right. Oh, and he got perfect shape. He got exactly where he wanted to be. But sacrificed a little bit of accuracy on the 3 ball for shape for the 4 ball. Unfortunately, this is the result. Was that the 3rd time today for the mute button? I'm tired. It's okay. It's going to beat me eventually anyway, so I'll just do the best I can. Yeah, I think you're right. Still, only 3 times. There's always a positive. 3 ball end rail, and then the path back down towards the 8. He's on the wrong side. That 4 ball does not go in that bottom right-hand corner pocket. Dead center bottom of our screen right now. But I'll tell you what does go. Safeties. Going to bank this down table and try to snuggle that 4 ball into the 8-9. That was not a horrible attempt. That's going to be fairly tricky to hit, I think. Good kick. He's not going to get rewarded, though. The 4 ball is going to hang out near the side pocket, making this easy for Keith. But still, 2/3 of the balls are in play on the table. That's a fair amount of shooting. Anything can happen. That'll work. That'll do better than work. It'll get it done well enough. Wants to go as straight as he can into the side rail. I think he's a little too far. Nope. It's just fine. Roll that forward a little bit. Picking his perfect spot, seeing if he can get there. Well, here's the key shot in this rack. 7 to the 8. And it's fairly basic. Like, it's not easy, but he should make this. Keith trying to get tone, lock on that 7, and he hit it perfect. How'd he hit it? Perfect. Almost straight in on the 8. Has a little bit of angle the other way. Ooh. Well, yeah, I think he does. Just a little bit. It's really close anyway. Straight in on the 9. Just where you want to be. And he will close within 1. 3-2. Keith Yip trails Ross Bradson. Back at it. Rack number 6. Keith trying to draw even, make this a race to 3. Would love to see a break and run here. One ball's down, 2 ball is not going to get run. Ouch. Keith surveying the table. Can he see a piece of that too? He might just be able to see a piece of that too. Looks like he's going to try and thin it and play safe. Nope, he's going to call a push out. Push the cue ball right up here. Give the edge of the 2 away, but not enough to do anything with. Oh, that's going farther. All the way to the corner. Ross gives it back to him. He's going to try and clip it, get the cue ball back down the table. I like what he did here is because he kind of, if he takes it initially, it goes to the left side. There's not really a lot of blocking areas. but pushing it off to the left side of the screen as we look at it, it pushed the cue ball, pushed the two ball to the right into traffic. Maybe he cut off a window. And Ross crosses the cue ball across the two. He's done a great job. Did he get rewarded? Oh, maybe not. Well, it looks like he's hooked him. Nope, he can cut it out, cut it over. He's indicated the bottom left corner pocket on our screen and hits it in the heart. Solid shot. Trying to determine where he best needs to be on the 5 to get on the 6. The hard part isn't the 3 to the 5, it's the 5 to the 6 because the 6 is a little bit blocked. Shouldn't be too much of an issue here. He'll just draw across the table, I think. Oops. Cancel it. Oh. Somewhere near here when he finishes moving. That'll work. Rolling forward, coming out for the 7 in the corner or the side. It's going to be the side. He's in perfect shape. Hey, Sean. Yes, Simon is in the hot seat. Thank you very much. And I actually don't know how much first and second is. I can maybe ask. I'll have to ask someone there, Sean. Give me a minute. Three, all tied up. Rack number 7. 1 ball's in the side. 2 balls up table, but the 2 ball has decided not to come out and play. It wants to cause problems. I just asked the tournament director what the payouts is, and he's going to go and confirm them before coming back to me. He hasn't looked at the draw sheet, and I think there's 3 guys running the tournament, Bien, Doug, and Mike Silvius. And they did the payouts, but of course Doug, being old and infirm, can't remember. So he had to go look them up again. I'm kidding. Doug's younger than I am. Ross got a long starter on the 2. Had a lot of traffic to get the cue ball through to get back down for the 3. So first place is $2,500. Second is $14. Third is $850. Fourth is $500. So the loser of this match gets $500. Nope, sorry, $850. Guaranteed. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, you shoot strong, Sean, so you would have done well in this event likely. I'm probably going to do 3 or 4, maybe 5 streams a year. Some of the bigger tournaments in the area. And that's probably about it. We'll see how I go. Yeah, I am looking forward to the next one, though. Ross with the 2. Overcooked it for the 3. He's going to need the rake or to stretch. He's a fairly tall fella, so the stretch isn't that bad for him, but it might be enough that he wants to go get the rake. Or he's going to get his extension. Cuts it in. Does a great job. And you can't see it, but he's gotten on the 4, I believe. No, we went too far for the 4. That's crazy. He can still cut it in from here. It's just the cue ball's going to run. And like we've talked about earlier in the matches today, the more distance you make the cue ball travel, the more opportunities for issues to arise. Wow, nice cut, but just couldn't keep the cue ball away from that corner pocket. Realistically, Keith will probably put the cue ball somewhere in here. Draw up table for the 6. He's got to be careful to make sure he keeps an angle. So you want to go straight up table after making the 5 in the corner. I mean, you got ball in hand, but if the 5 is that tight past the 8, just play it to the other corner. Got to be careful. It's going to be an awkward bridging position here because he's frozen to the rail. And it can be a little bit awkward to hit center, bottom center of that ball to draw it off the 6 for the 7 in the side. And he's scratched in the side. Wow. Okay. Ross needs to get this one back on track. It's an easy run out. Of course, it's only easy from the booth. And these guys, Fargos, are like 75, 80 points ahead of mine. So I can sit here and say it's easy from the booth all I want. Just wait till you have tone and then let it go. Needs a little bounce. It's just going to stun this up to play the 9 in the corner. That'll work. That'll work. Ross is a fairly quick player, so maybe the pace of play is not helping his rhythm. But at the same time, still got it done. 4-3. Just taking a small break. Yeah, it was a little pokey, but got it done. It's at this point I would go around the room and give you all of the current scores. So we'll do that now. Ross leads Keith at 4-3. One match at a time now, folks. This is the B-side final. Winner will go on to play Simon Pickering in the final. It is a 1-set final. We will not be here till 11 p.m. unless the match goes completely sideways. Thanks for watching, everybody. This has been the PHV Open 9-ball tournament. We're in the B-side final. Ross leading Keith 4-3. It's been a long day, long couple of days. It's been a lot of fun. Haven't done this in a while, so I wasn't sure how it was going to go, and it's went. There's been a few hiccups, but for the most part, it hasn't been too bad. We're just waiting for Keith to get back. He's taking a little break. And speak of him, and he shall appear. See if Ross can get that one on the side. And he does very well. But that 5, 8, 9 go right back together. Probably going to play that 2 top left corner pocket. 3 balls out in the open, so as long as he doesn't lose it in that other right, like the top corner pocket on the screen, he should be fine. Oh, he took that to the side. He's going to come around. Is he going to break that up? He's moved it. So now he's got the 3 ball. Way up there again. Cue ball is stuck to the rail. That's okay. The 4 ball's down there as well, so. Oh, there's a nice shot. Frozen to the rail and pulls that out. It's well done. I think he can just stay there, maybe roll forward a little bit, and he can take that 5 in the top corner pocket. Spins it around. Is he going to get up there perfect for that 5? No, he's gone a little far. He may cut this towards the 5. Carry him the cue ball off the 9 down table. Nope. Just playing safe. Taking a look to see if he left a window. He may have left a window through there, but I don't believe so. Good choice. Play safe. Let your opponent make the mistake. If Ross can get through this rack, if he gets a ball in hand here, it'll put him on the hill. Keith is looking at kicking this 3 rails. I think that 6 is in the road. I think the 6 is in the road. Where he wants to hit, come through. I think you're better off playing 2 rails on this one. It's going to be a tough one. Yeah, something like what he's looking at now. 2 rails up there. Almost that first diamond, I think. Nice hit. Didn't really get rewarded. Other than Ross has to go all the way down table now. The 6 ball is kind of hampering the queuing, so he might be able to draw it. He might be forced to play top. I can't tell if he, it looks like he's queuing low on the cue ball. Ross made a great shot. Just couldn't get clear of that 7, 8, 9 cluster. He's going to take a little bit of a walk around and see if he can find a different avenue that makes it a little bit more likely to hit it. He may be frozen to the 7. If he's frozen to the 7, that's particularly challenging. He's not frozen to the 7, so he can kick 1 rail at the 6. If he can come at it from this rail, he can come at it from that rail. So he may go 2 rails at this 6. I think he's got the room. It's a big bounce to get away from that pocket, and he's going to get in behind the 9. Ross gets a little bit of a roll. They haven't been going his way so far. When he has missed, it's usually been fairly disastrous. But this time, he was able to recover, play a nice 2-rail escape, try and keep that 6 ball on the end rail, get the cue ball down table. Worked out very well. Heath also kicking at the 6 ball, hoping he can just bank it back up table a little bit to here and let the cue ball come all the way over to that side of the table. And he's almost there. Hey. Ross is probably going to try and reverse that trend. Oh, there we go. Still left him the 1-rail kick. If he can hit it solid enough, coming in, hit that 4, knock the 4 down there, and let the cue ball roll in, settle in right on that 9. He's trying to hook him behind the 9 now, I think. It's a good safety battle. And these are such costly safety battles with only 4 balls left. Hey, got him behind the 7-8. Oh, maybe not. Maybe, baby, there's a window. I don't have a viewpoint of that one. Now he's going to have to elevate and jump. Risky. Anything could happen. Looking for a little bit of fortunate work here. Hey. Be back in a minute, folks. Actually, I'll keep commentating now. I just got a fella I haven't seen in almost, a couple years anyway, stopping by the booth. But we'll chat later. Heath's really trying to figure out this 6-ball. He's got the edge of it. He's just wondering where he can play safe. There's not a whole lot of options here. It might just be push it to the side rail and leave the cue ball on the end rail. He doesn't like his options. You can see that by the shake of the head. Just pointing out I'm not a mind reader. He was literally shaking his head because he doesn't like it. He was trying to figure something else out. He was trying to get that 6 on the other side of the 9. Tough from that position. And here, now Ross has a great opportunity. Just stun the 6, stun the cue ball to the rails, roll the 6 down the rail. He stood up. Oh my gosh, he stood up during that stroke and rattled the 6, but it ended up dropping. Should be able to cut the 7 in this bottom right corner, float the cue ball out to take the 8 in the bottom left. He might be on the wrong side of that ball. Oh, it's straight. He may just roll forward and play that 9 in the side. Let's see. We'll take a look at that angle from here. It's there. Let's see him just going to roll this in. Maybe stun it with a little bit of just to bring that cue ball. I thought he was going to play that to the side. I'm quite surprised because he's left it thin. Just got to put a little bit of left-hand spin on this to keep this cue ball out of those center pockets. Not much, just a little. But it does force you to use deflection. And he opted with right to get the cue ball out of the way. That's going to give Ross his 5th game. He's on the hill. Ross breaking on the hill, needs one more rack to put this match to bed and head back to the final, or over to the final, and get another crack at Simon. We'll probably do this fairly quickly, but it is 7:30, so the 2 ball clips the 1. Ross taking a third of the balls off the table off the break. Cue ball, top left corner. Cue ball coming down maybe between the 8 and 9. Oh, it's going to be near the 4. It's going to be behind the 8 and 9. So you can see Keith not messing around. He's just bringing out the jump stick right away. Oh, there is almost a window there. It is hanging over the pocket. I wouldn't be too surprised. Keith makes this, gets that cue ball back down table for the 3. There's not going to be a whole lot of control there simply because you are jumping. It's going the length of the table. But some guys can play these jump shots fairly accurately. The distance is somewhat funny. That 8 ball's just out or inside the landing zone. Going to have to give it a little extra to ensure he gets by the 8. On that, I look at that angle though, and it doesn't look like he even has to go over the 8. Oh, he's really high. Watch the side pocket. Oh, off the horn. What a roll that would have been if that cue ball stays up. The 2 ball drops in the side, and he's perfect on the 3. It's thin to the 2 ball. Bridging over the 4. It's not a dead gimme in these positions because you want to put a little spin on it to straighten your cue ball out. He's coming up behind the 8. Nope, he's fine. He crossed over the line. He's got the 3. Roll the 3 in. 4's there. He looked a little hesitant there how that 3 ball goes in off the side jaw of the pocket. But the important part is that it did go down. Just needs to get out to the center of the table here. Won't hit this too hard. Three balls away from finishing this set off. Two different ways to play this. Could stun it into the rail and spin back at the 8 with maybe a little bit of draw. That looks like the way he's going. Oh, and he's jammed it. And he's missed the 8. He's got a good sense of humor, does Ross. He's in disbelief that he didn't make it, though. Sense of humor may also be affected by the fact that the 7 ball didn't hang over the corner pocket, and it's kind of diamond and a third into the center of the table. Heath can still cut this in, though. You can best assured he's going to walk around the table and take a couple different looks at it. It looks like he's trying to play safe. He's going to kick at it, pull the old kick and stick, as they say. He's weighing it as an option. Seeing how thin he can cut it. Well, not where he wanted, not the result he wanted. Cue ball's right where he wanted it. Position was perfect. Just didn't drop the 7 ball. Ross going to try and roll this in. If you miss these, you want to miss these on the left side of the pocket as we look at it, so it comes back into the end rail. But you'd rather not miss it. He's a little thin on that one. Ross taking a good look at this. He's going to cut this in the bottom left. And I think he's going to bump the 9 to the end rail. Or yeah, he may draw off of it. Oh, wow. It's a great effort. What's that side shot look like? It's there. He's going to take a look at it, make sure he's got it lined up. For the win and a guaranteed second place. That's in. Great shot. All right. Well, we're going to take a few minutes. I'll reset. I'm not going to stop and start the stream, though. We got lots of time in that regard. But I'm going to take a little break while they change players, and we'll continue on from there. See you in a few minutes. They had a small anomaly with the with the digital pulling up the race. The race is actually incorrect. I will fix it on the screen. Because they played even to 8, and then because it's a one-set final, it goes to 10, and it said only Simon had to increase. So Ross is like, well, hold on a second. I don't have to double dip him, and I get a 2-game spot? Something seems a little off there. So they just had a quick conversation, and both Ross and Simon agreed 9-10 is fine for a one-set final, so that's what we're going to do. There's been a little bit of a... It's just a little bit buggy, kind of, not really. I don't know. I'll stop talking about it because I don't want to impact anything negatively. But they're all happy. They got it sorted out. They're going to go for it. 10-9. Ross to break. Oh, now I got that the wrong way. There we go. No, I had it right the first time. What am I? See, I'm getting tired and I'm reading things wrong and it's all wacky. Okay, there we go. Ross goes to 9, Simon goes to 10. One set final. First place is 2,500. Second place is 1,400. So an 1,100 swinging prize money. Simon calling a push. Just going to go to that side rail, leave a steep cut to the corner. To it, Ross will likely find a safety. Two rail, the one ball down to the end. Oh, he went for the bank. And is this good? Oh my gosh. Ross giving, Simon giving Ross a friendly smile there as he walks up to the table. They both know it's a little bit fortunate to snuggle in that tight. Especially because if he had made it, he wouldn't have had a shot in the 2, so. I was going to say sometimes you get the rolls and sometimes you get rolled, but that didn't sound good, so maybe we'll just leave that one out. Oop, too late. All right, well, it was funny anyway. I was trying to use that to, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug analogy, but didn't work. Oh, well. Coming off that end rail to the side rail towards the 2. Huh, that's weird. Oh. Okay. Well, all right. Sorry, my telestrator seems to have broke. See if I can restart it. I have a feeling that Simon will not like his position. Oh, well, Ross looks like he's going to go for the 6-9 combination. The 6 ball should stay behind the 7, and the cue ball should run around the table. Maybe get a little bit of a safety out of it. Oh, he needs that cue ball to stop. Really wants that cue ball to stop. All right, well, I'll just make it work. Sorry, Illustrator's acting a little funny, but it still works. He's coming through here and checking it back. Oh, that was going to be a tough hit from there. But Ross, with 4 balls to get the first rack in this 1-set final. He's going to 9. Simon's going to 10. Just wanted to take a quick look at the angle there. He's almost perfect. Just needs to keep the cue ball under control. That'll work. Keep your head down, follow through. There's certainly a pace that these balls just seemed to rattle a bit more on. But one for Simon. It's now an even race, 9-9. Well, you know what I mean. They both have to win 9 games. $8 on a Sunday, and we're starting the final. That's not bad. 1 and the 3 are down. Cue ball is going to have a look at the 2. Nothing out of line here. Cue ball nicely into that corner pocket with confidence. You'll probably see a big stroke here, cutting that 4 ball into the rail, drawing it back and over. Playing bottom left. You have to allow for deflection because even though you've got a carbon cue, that cue ball is going to squirt to the left. So because you're hitting bottom right, it's like kicking a soccer ball, right? If you don't kick it in the center, it doesn't go straight. As a basic example of round objects being struck. Uh-oh, this could be a problem. It does hit hard enough. You can see past that 7. A little bit more would be nice. I think that's going to work out well, though. Just come straight into the rail and spin it out. The basic premise works. I agree, Sean. I mean, it's always important to get that first game, and especially wanted to send a message after that first set. But Ross is a good player. He'll bounce back. Simon up 2. Ross patiently waiting his turn at the table. Simon's going to try and keep in that chair as much as he can. Watch the 6 ball and the 1 ball. strange. The 6 and the 1 are gone. So is the 8. The break is working this time of night. Seems to be making changes in the way the table's playing. Just needs to fit that cue ball between the 5 and the 4. Halfway to the rail, and, well, he'd like to get closer to the rail just to keep an angle. Trying to plant the cue ball somewhere over here. Well, that was well done. It's like he's reading my mind. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm the one sitting in the chair. Not even playing. 3 ball. Does he have enough angle to stun out for the 4? Does he have to draw back and play at the side? Plenty of angle. Didn't even need it to stun. Just roll into that side rail. And he's looking good for the 4. He's also got the correct angle to either go straight into the rail and straight out and take the 5 to the side, or he can draw around it into the side rail and play it in the same pocket as the 4. Looks like that's what he's doing. He's got a little bit of right-hand siding on this ball. Oh, that looked like he was going to come around it. I mean, I like the play, and he's probably going to the end rail now. Well, that might bring the side pocket into play. It's a little bit of a funny angle. You can avoid the whole deal by going around it. And the benefit of that is you avoid the pockets for everything. He probably has a better view of it here. Oh, he was so straight, he'd just take it right there. Which, when you think about it, probably makes a lot more sense than moving the cue ball around. Oh, thanks, Amy. Much appreciated. Wait until you've got tone, and then let it go. Simon up 3-0. Does Simon catch a gear here and start running some racks? He's looking pretty comfortable. And if your opponent's Simon, well, if your opponent's Ross, if either one of them starts looking comfortable, your outlook for the match is not going to be good. What I'd love to see is both of them feel comfortable and they both start running, a couple of 3-packs each. That'd put Simon at 9 and Ross at 6 right now. That'd be some pretty amazing pool. Eight ball goes to the corner, 1 goes to the side. Oh, neither they got kicked, nothing down, but look at the 6. The 6 is going to help him out, not quite. And the 8 somehow finds some emergency brakes and decides to stay in the game a hair longer. Don't be too surprised if that falls in. Look at how far past the railing it is. Ross is likely just going to roll this cue ball. Oh, it's tough to tell the angle. If he was going straighter into the end rail off the 1, he'd just roll him behind the 5. And there he got a little bit of a double kiss, so it slowed everybody's momentum down, and he's hung the 1 ball out there. Now, I think it goes by the 2 into the corner, but it might not. If that's the case, Simon will probably try and bank it down. Yeah, he's looking at that bank. He wants to bank that down here and leave that cue ball right there. Your opponent is less likely to make him if you can't see him. Oh, but he misjudges it and pushes the 1 into the 2. Ross with a good opportunity here now. That 4 ball, it kind of makes the pocket bigger because now you can hit the rail sooner and you're likely going to hit the 4 and go in. The problem is, how are you going to get on the 2 from there? You could just draw off and go to the side rail and then play the 2-8 combination. Still going to make the 1. That 4 ball needs to stop being mean. Yikes. So Ross kicking at the 2, has a chance to make the 2 or the 8. Oh, it just sends the 2 down table. Was trying to get it inside the 5, so it ended up here. Ending up somewhere around here. He went the other way, and he's going to fall short. That 5 ball looks like it's in the road. Sorry, 4 ball. No, I believe it's 3-0. I don't believe Ross actually got that one. I'll double check. No, the tournament draw sheet still says 3-0. No, he didn't win the first game. He rattled the 1. Or he rattled the 9. Or did I miss it? Hold on. Let me double check the... Let me double check it. I know they're using the pins. I'll just zoom in. I may have missed that. You're right. Let me just double check. No, he didn't win the first game. You can see the guys are keeping score with the feeds at the back, and it's 3-0. So I do have it correct. He didn't get that first game. He wanted to. Yeah, I thought he was going to get the first game. He had a nice 9 ball that I thought was right there for him, but it just didn't end up happening. Going for the carom. He may end up with a little bit of luck here. I think the edge of the 9 might be in the road, but Simon can probably jump this. No problem. No problem, fellas. Simon's taking another look at this. Wants to make sure. He's going to masse it a little bit, I think. The more he looks at this, the more I think he's just going to go and get his jump cue. If it is in the road, then he doesn't have to jump much. He just needs to get the cue ball off the table, and the jump cue will do that. Of course it will. That's what it's for. Tired. Beauty. Beauty. Simon. 4 up. Or 4-0, sorry. And it's only been 17 minutes, I think, since we started. Well, Digital Pool says 40 minutes ago, but we didn't actually get started for 20 minutes. They called the match 40 minutes ago. Simon's break is working. Let's see if he can keep it going. 4-ball, bottom left corner pocket. And it hangs there, but he's made the 1. Is he going to get a look at the 2? No, sir. No, sir. Probably going to play a push. If he plays a push, he might play down here and just give the slightest edge of the 2 away. But the danger with that is you're likely going to give it back. And if you don't give him the edge of the 2, so you might play the 8 into the 4 and get the cue ball down here. Or you'll just put the cue ball down there anyway. Bank the 2 on the 4, or is that 6-ball in the road? I can't really tell. Got a little lucky not to scratch there, but you know, that's okay. That's the way it goes sometimes. He's left the edge of the 2, as you can see. Simon's going to try and bank that 2 in behind the 6 if he can hit enough of it and send that cue ball back down table. Maybe get it in behind the 3. Might be trying to do too much with that shot if I'm thinking that way. It's on the top side of the 3. Not sure if Ross is going to carry him into this or cut it. It looks like he's going for the carom. He's got spin on that 2-ball. That 2-ball needs to run. Keep going, and I think it's fallen just a little short. Ross banking it, get the cue ball down there for the 3 nicely. Does the 5 go by the 6? With plenty of room. Might be the type of run out Ross needs to get going. Seven to the 8's the only one that's questionable, and that shouldn't be an issue. So just draw straight off the 6, just about to the middle of the table, maybe out there. The most important thing is the line, not so much the distance, and that's pretty close. You should be able to draw off of the 7 into the side rail and spin up for the 8. Maybe not quite as close as he wanted to the 8, but it should still be in the wheelhouse. The thing is to stay down and stroke the ball. Just struggling with those last couple of balls. He'll get it sorted out. Simon at the halfway mark. Ross shaking his head. He knows he plays stronger. Sometimes you just have days where you can't put it together. Oop. Simon's figured out the speed of the table. Doing well. That is tight. You need a torch to heat that up and get that through. It even rubbed the 6 a little bit. But of course, he's taken the rails away. That's a real short landing area. Jumping the 6 to make the 2. You've got a long way to go. You got to get up and down real quick. But if you get down too quick, you're on top of the 6. I think he actually jumped over the edge of the 2, hit the rail, and bounced over it. Little straight, might just stop right there. He's taking a look at the angle. I don't think he's going to do much. Won't draw much on this. He's just going to stop it right there. And I'm wrong again. Well, this way he has angle to come for the 6 naturally. He'll come 2 rails. Just needs to avoid the 7. Yep, I said it. So watch him hit the 7 full in the face at the 6 and be hooked. See, I had to say that, so I undid the other part of it. See? It worked. Tom, the payouts are 25 for first, I believe, and 14 for second. And there's more down the line. It's just... That's what first and second are. I think they paid out to 16. 1/4 of the field, but it was like $90 for... 9th through 16th, I think. Simon getting it done, leads 6-0. Oh, no. Pops the 1 ball in the side. 2 balls out in the middle. Tricky to make the 2 and get back down here for the 3. Can make it happen though. Cut the 2 in the corner. Draw the cue ball to the side rail and spin it around the table. It's aggressive. You have a small window between that 5 and 7. But if you can hit that window, I believe you're going to be on the 3. A smarter person might play safe. A better shot might also actually take the shot on. I'm talking about myself being the guy trying this, and then a smarter, not, yeah, I'm just going to stop now. You're right, Sheena. He has been. And the wing ball a lot of the time, half the time. Oh, scratch in the corner. All right, Ross. Just settle in and get the job done. Oh my God, I've been muted this whole time. I have no idea how long I've been muted. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Chandra. I appreciate it. Everybody telling me I'm on mute, but it's on my phone and I wasn't watching my phone. I appreciate you looking out for me, though. I'm going to devise a big mute button that as soon as I put the mic on mute, a big mute flashes on my screen that I can see. That's going to sit on the rail. Depending on the angle, this could be a little tricky. Oh, no, he's fine. Fine. It's going to the side rail, which is where he wants to go anyway. Making it look easy. Tom, I have no idea what those things are even. I have no idea what that is. I'm just kidding. I know about it. I'm just don't know what you're talking about. Oh no. Well, Ross with ball in hand. 8 and 9 ball there. Just watch the side pocket. That's all I'm saying. And he's well past the side. Nice little bounce. Perfect on the 9. And I wasn't quick enough on the trigger. But Ross with that fist pump. All right. Oh. Man, the sense of relief is palpable. There was a lot of cheering there. Must have been like 20, around 20 people just cheering for Ross that he's got out. He's on the board. The dam is burst. Well, if you count the first set, that was 15 in a row for Simon before Ross was able to get one. So it's got to feel like a lot of pressure's off. Like that first one's under the belt. Like, okay, right? Like I was saying earlier in the stream about when Doug and I were playing the gauntlet last night on his table at home. You know, as soon as the other guy gets up 2 or 3 ahead of you, and you finally get that one because you're only racing to 5 because it was pretty late at night. It's like no skunk, and then a little bit of the pressure's off because he didn't get whitewashed. So Ross losing the cue ball on the break. That went in the side pocket. Simon now with a little bit of traffic to navigate, but not bad. The 3 to the 4 might be the trickiest little segment. All depends on how he lands on that 3, how difficult this might be. Good evening, Mr. Yarwood. Thank you for stopping by. I think he's playing the cue ball to the end rail and then up. Well, that worked. Three ball to the side. Cue ball into the rail and then out. He may take it to the corner if the angle's wrong. Oh. Oh, where's the button? Where's the button? There it is. A little button that wipes the telestration marks off the screen, but I have to almost opaque or set the opacity for the telestrator to be almost zero so that my screen doesn't look all green. But when I do that, I kind of lose the buttons. I can just barely see the button up there. It's like, that's why I normally have it set to a foot pedal, so I draw and then I tap the pedal and it wipes the drawing. Just needs a little bit of angle on this 6 to make it over for the 7. He's going the wrong way, so the cue ball is going to travel a bit. Might be just as simple as to the rail and over. Knowing Simon, he could also draw it back and over. Well, that worked. That was nicely done. I believe the 8 ball is deep enough in the jaws of that pocket that he doesn't have to do too much with this 7. Just pot it, let the cue ball stay right there. Oh, and the 7 waffles in the corner. Ross stepping up to the table like, yeah, now you know what that feels like. Uh-oh. Doesn't want to get too close. Well, he's going to use the rake now, probably. Yeah, you got to watch that. Watch the contact there. I think we'll watch it from this end. He's just going to draw straight up the rail. Whoa now. Whoa now. Doesn't want to get right on it like that. Cue ball is going to go for a run. Probably straight up and down the table. Watch out. Watch out. And it hangs for Ross's second. Ross to break, rack number 10. See if he can put that one ball in that left side pocket. You know, it came across the face of it, so the one ball jumped straight up table. Nothing down. Simon may be able to take that one into the side. Definitely goes to the corner. Pretty sure it goes to the side as well. Wants to keep some angle on the 2. He may draw back a little bit on this 1 just to make sure he's not straight in on the 2. May not have to. Maybe be able to just stop it right there. Drew back a little bit. And the 1 ball knocked on the door and waited for somebody to answer before it went in. But go in it did. And now Simon is going to have to put a little bit of pepper on this steak to get it up here. Trying to get the cue ball to there. Something going on with the telestrator there. It's giving me funky little cues. Well, that works. I think he's got the angle to draw straight back. Might go forward. Forward's safer because then you limit your approach angle into the side pocket. That's well done. Well struck, sir. Did he take a look at that and just decide to go between the 6 and the 8? Yes, he did. Looks like he's just going to stun to the right a little bit and take the 6 in the opposite corner. Oh, that needed to go. You saw him giving his hand a wave at the ball. There's a shot you should practice. It comes up quite often. It's that stun run through, but only for a little bit. You only want the cue ball to go about a foot. It seems to come up. And then because we don't practice it, we don't have that one in the bag that well. Or at least that's my excuse. Simon a little out of line, trying to get back in line. Thin cut on the 7. Just wants to go across the table. And back. And now he's in line on the 8 ball. There it is. Simon. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. That goes to Simon. It's 8-2. Simon leads, racing to 10. Everybody knows that the whole pool hall is cheering for both these fellas. They're both great guys. They'd like to see a close match. And because Simon's leading, you know, we're trying to cheer Ross on. Let him know we support him. It'd be the same if it was reversed and Ross was up 8-2 and Simon was struggling. We'd be cheering for Simon, right? They're both good guys. Nice people. Nine ball to get on the hill. There you go. 9 ball fell in the side pocket right out of the rack. I think the cue ball came around and kicked it. On the hill, breaking. Just snapped the 9 to get there. Oh, this time the 3 ball tried to pot the 1 in the side. Nothing down. Ross with a huge mountain to climb. He's a tall fellow, so he can take big chunks out of a mountain quickly. Well, Sean, it certainly didn't help. But the match isn't over. Ross trying to get that cue ball all the way back here down behind the 4. Or 7, sorry, that's the 7. Didn't quite get there. Oh, not yet. Oh, well, let me sit up. Let me sit up. Because I look like I'm falling asleep here. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind sending me that when you get it, I'd appreciate it. Oh. Well, Simon with the 3 ball in the side pocket. Has an interesting look at the 1 here. Just needs to, well, is that deep enough? Yep. Yep. That's what he went down there to check, is can he just roll this in? Now, does that 5 pass the 8? That's the next question, which is exactly what Simon just walked over to look at. And it does. It passes. It's, you get about 3/4 of the pocket there. He's got the right angle. He can go right down the table to the end rail by that first diamond and then back up table. Oh, he's into the 6. If he doesn't hit this 6 hard, well, what do we got here? Nothing. Or do we? Does he have enough of the 5 he can cut it into the 9? Make the 9 in the corner? Or does he just thin the 5 and try and leave the cue ball on the rail? 5 behind the 9. He's left a piece. I think he's left a piece of the edge of the 5. There's not much that Ross can do with this. It's just hope they don't land together. Tried to go for the make, wants that 5 ball to run. Would love it if it got to the end rail, but it's going to get near the side rail. Doesn't make it easy for Simon, but it would have been a lot harder if that 5 ball could have got to here. overcuts it. Is Ross going to have a look at it? He does. Not sure if that 6 goes by the 8. It does. So he's going from end of table to end of table. No, he's going to bank this and play safe. He's going to bank this two rails to the end rail, trying to land it in the middle of the end rail. No! He cross-banked it in the corner. And true to his luck this evening, the cue ball settles in right behind the 9. Kicking it in the side. Coming into it. And over. Leave the cue ball here and the 6 ball on the side. Well, Simon with a look. Let's see what he's got from there. Still goes in the corner, but goes in the side a little easier, I think. Can he hold the cue ball down there for the 7? I think he can. I think he can actually run into the 7, and as long as you don't hit the 7 full in the face. Oh, he's going to try and hit the 9. That'll slow the cue ball down. Put him in perfect position for the 7, especially if he just clips the edge of this 9. Oh, but he had so much speed on it. He was intending to hit that 9 a little thicker. Slow that cue ball down a lot. Is he going to go for the long bank? Or is he just going to cross the 7 down table and get the cue ball in behind the 8? I think that's the plan. Wants that 7 ball to get to the rail. Well, that's a pretty well-timed lag, I say. I think you got to go for the cut here. Try and cut that in. Play with a little bit of left siding so that you can come back this way. Maybe you get lucky and come in behind, under the 9 and still have shape on the 8 if you miss. Or if you make it. Pins the 7. Cue ball doesn't have enough speed. It needs to go. It needs to go. Batteries died with 6 inches left to travel to get behind the 9. This isn't an easy out, though. He's got to jack up over the 8. It's going exactly the wrong direction from the 8, so you have to decide how you want to play it. Make sure you miss that corner pocket that's looming large at the top of the screen. Didn't even try. Thought, you know what? I'll just make the pot, take the cue ball where it lies, and take a shot on that 8 from there. It's a little steep. For the win. There it is, 10-2. Mr. Simon Pickering. Has won the 2026 PHV Open 9-ball tournament hosted by Q1 Billiards and Darts thank you very much to the staff and the ownership here for supporting pool in the area and giving us a place to play that's got some quality tables. That was it. That was 10. Yeah. Well, that's been a fantastic day. I have missed doing this, so we'll look to do some more of this in the future. And maybe I'll try and revive that other project I was working on. So Bien Lim in the toque there, working together to make this tournament go. Getting the sponsors. Mike Silvius would be here, but he had some other engagements this evening. He was another one that was instrumental. And Trung, I think he's playing on the table beside us. He helped them out a lot as well. There's your winner, Mr. Simon Pickering. Hey, folks, thank you very much for your time today, this whole weekend. I appreciate you guys hanging out and watching. If you want to see more, or if you have a tournament that you'd like me to stream, unfortunately, folks, it's got to be in Canada. I'll get in big trouble if I go down to the States and stream, so I don't want to take a chance on not being able to travel there. But if you do have a tournament in the States, contact EvoSports. They have a system that they can set up in your hall. Cost you a couple dollars, but it allows you to stream, and then I can commentate from wherever you are. Last week we commentated for the Chinese Taipei Open with the World 9-Ball Tour, and that was a lot of fun. So anyway, folks, I'm going to call it a night and start packing up. I got to drive back to Chilliwack tonight, so thanks again for hanging out with me, and we'll see you